Vale. Voy a comprobar que se me oiga. Vale. Se me oye, se me oye. Nada, vecinos, bienvenidos una vez más, bienvenidas, bienvenides al gameplay de las 11:50. Ahora mismo las 11:52. Vamos a comenzar. Vamos a hacer un alto en juegos de aventura gráfica, que llevo unos cuantos últimamente. Terminaremos The Secret of Monkey Island, no os preocupéis. Pero ¿qué vamos a hacer hoy? Mira, Quick Story. Este juego de Stanley Parable, que todo medio internet, medio mundo se volvió loco en su momento cuando salió, y yo no lo he podido jugar nunca, porque nunca he tenido así ordenador gamer. Entonces no he podido jugarlo hasta ahora. Entonces es mi primera vez aquí playing it con vosotros. Voy a quitar el volumen del Mobris. Ahí. Es mi primera vez aquí jugándolo. Y tengo muchísimas ganas, estoy muy hypeado. Salió ayer. Para los que ya lo hayáis jugado alguna vez, se ve que hay contenido nuevo. Yo no me voy a enterar. Pero bueno, nada. Vamos allá con The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. The end is never the end, is never the end, is loading. Bueno, vámonos. Yo solo sé cómo empezamos, no sé nada de todo lo demás. Sé que hay mil locuras, pero he intentado hacerme los menores posibles de este juego, los menores spoilers posibles de este juego. No. Vale.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Perfecto.
Employee number 427's job was simple.
Bueno.
Sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on
Perfecto.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Alguien productivo.
Others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Vale.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Vale.
Never in all his years at the company
We
had
are
this
free.
happened, this complete isolation.
Or
Something was
mobbing.
very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Ah, vale. Ya me puedo mover. ¿Puedo usar cosas? No. Nada de nada. Solo puedo como... hace como sonido de tecla, pero no toca nada. Pues stepped out of his office. Venga. Vale. Uy. A ver si es que se ha cerrado. Un memo. Bueno. Bueno, vamos a mirarlo todo. ¿No puedo tocar nada? No, no se puede tocar nada. Sí, claro, porque tú lo digas. A ver. I am... ¿Qué pone? I hate Mondays. Yo también, hermana. Yo también. Uno de los estos. A ver, por aquí. Vale, pues nada. Joder. Oye, ¿se ha ido todo el mundo? ¿Qué pasa aquí? A ver. Be my Valentine. Aquí tampoco hay nadie. Y puedo pasar por las puertas. Cerrado.
Stanley went around touching every little thing. But it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Vale. Ok, vale, te estoy empezando a entender. Te estoy empezando a entender, narrador, vale. Ok. Vale. Pues nada, vamos a ver.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ya, pero... fuck you.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Bueno.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Pues sea que lo dices, sí. Aquí no se puede entrar tampoco. Esto que son todo employees, ¿no? Employee 449. Vale.
Yes,
vale, perfecto.
It had really been worth the detour after all.
Pues
just to
sí.
spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Pues claro que sí.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
¿Pero puedo drink algo o no? No. Vale, preciosa la sala. Oye, menudo lounge, ¿eh?
Really
vale, me voy. Ay, mierda.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
La primera a la izquierda. Buah, oye, pero ¿y eso de ahí? Oye. Venga, va, te voy a hacer caso. Vale. Vale. Estamos otra vez donde queríamos estar. Vale. Pero es que por ahí no he estado. Bueno, es igual. Venga. Nadie. No me lo cambies, que lo estaba leyendo. Me estás esperando a que se callara. Ponía tips to not get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Lay it ball inside you. Joder, macho. Sure employee that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has... Utilizar diapositivas. Todo el mundo es... Ay, Dios mío, qué puto meta es este juego. What is hot? Profits. What do people want? The stock market is somewhere here. No me... vecinos, what the fuck, ¿vale? What the fuck. Vamos a la oficina del jefe, debería que ir. Broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Es que no quiero quedarme encerrado.
No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Bueno, cierro.
No reason to still be here.
Vale.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Bueno, le voy a seguir el rollo, ¿vale? De momento. Venga, vamos para arriba, a la oficina del jefe. Executive bathroom. Oh. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, is it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Hijo de puta. Esto no lo puedo abrir. El sonido es como si estuvieras dándole al teclado. Claro, porque... Ciérrate. Vale, no. Ya no se puede tirar para atrás. A ver. Las páginas beige. Las páginas beige. Me parece... Ah, esto es una puerta. No, no se puede. ¿Esta es la oficina del jefe?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Lo siento.
Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
Vale.
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
2845. 2845. 2845. 2845. Ah, pensaba que podía tocar el piano. 2845. Detrás de la mesa. Vale. El keyboard. ¿Dónde está el keyboard?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Sí, pero no tengo... Ah, aquí tengo... Espérate, pero no... Ah, aquí está el código. Vale.
2, 8, 4.
Porque sabe cuándo voy a preguntarle el cabrón de él. 4 5. Bueno, eso sí un poco ñoqui ñoqui, ¿eh? Bueno, es narrador, la verdad. What the fuck, vecinos. Coño, pensaba que era un... Es un generador. Pues relaja el sonido este de mierda del teclado, Uy. Nada, hay que ir para allá. Ah, es un iba a decir un elevador. Un ascensor. Venga. Loading. Ah, solo está cargando. Ahora no me pone nada de diente ni nada de eso.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Vale. ¿Eso es que se ha jorobado? ¿O puedo subir? ¡Ay, no, 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 no! ¡Que no! ¡No!
Never mind.
¡No!
Back into the elevator and went back.
What the fuck?
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's
Porque
office?
me he equivocado.
I just can't wait to find out.
Me he equivocado, vecinos. Pensaba que... No, voy a tener que volver a... ¡Mierda! Pero qué puto currado lo del narrador, tío. Hay momentos que dice lo que voy a pensar. A ver, venga. Es que he visto que se había jorobado. Hola, Revolution. ¿Qué tal? Pues mira, estamos jugando a Ah, no puedo bajar. Mira, te cuento, básicamente. Estamos jugando de Stanley Parable. Somos el empleado 427. Hemos salido... Bueno, ¿qué tal, Miguel? ¿Cómo estamos? Os cuento, hemos salido de la oficina, ¿vale? Estamos en una oficina y nos han dado como la libertad. Hay un narrador. Estoy yendo a ver a mi jefe porque no hay nadie en mi oficina. Pero... What the fuck. Vale, pero ¿puedo volver a bajar? Es que yo quería bajar. Mierda, es que le he dado para volver para arriba. Esto es la oficina del jefe, ¿vale?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office.
Sí.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator.
Vale.
It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
¿Veis cómo es el narrador, no? Pero que me he equivocado. Señor narrador, me he equivocado, ¿vale? No sea tan borde.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Vale, ¿y ahora qué? ¿Tengo que volver a apretar para activar eso o puedo bajar? Puedo bajar... o sea, tenía que ir para poder... Efectivamente. Pues nada, vuelvo a bajar.
Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Básicamente... Es que me meo con el... Os juro que me estoy meando con el narrador, vecinos. Es difícil de entender si no veis lo que llevo, los 5 minutos que llevo de gameplay. Sí, voy. Bueno, vale. What? Esto que viene de esto del jefe. Y aquí pone escape. ¿Qué hago, vecinos? ¿Cómo iba ahí? No sé, yo me río. No, es que de verdad, es que esto es muy fuerte lo de este juego. ¿Qué hago, vecinos? ¿Entro en el Mind Control Facility o Escape? Creo que es que todo el rato, cuando me he ido por un lado que me decía no vayas por aquí, han pasado cosas distintas. Entonces, vamos a pasárnoslo bien aquí. ¿Para dónde voy? ¿Qué decís? ¿Mind Control Facility o seguimos el cartelito este que dice Escape? ¿Qué hacemos? Es que lo del Mind Control es como el objetivo, es donde me está llevando el narrador, por decirlo así. Quizá debería de verlo primero antes de empezar a hacer un poquito el burro, ¿no? Porque os digo que se nos puede ir la olla. Por lo que parece en este juego, no lo he jugado, ¿eh? Escape, dice Miguel. ¿Escape? Pues venga, vamos a Escape. Venga. Lo lógico. Sí, no, es lo lógico, pero... Sí, efectivamente. Vale, mi muerte. A ver, Miguel, quizás no nos lo hemos pensado muy bien. Una muerte violenta. A ver. Porque entonces... Pues venga. Voy a ir al Mind Control Facility, ¿vale? Y luego ya si eso, si volvemos hasta aquí, volveré a empezar en un momento dado. No puedo ver lo que pone aquí. No puedo tocar. Pues nada. Tocaremos el botón entonces. Siempre es mala idea. Mejor la otra. Bien, bien. Lo he hecho bien. Entonces lo he hecho bien. Vale, pues venga.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Vale.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
What? Oh, coño. Pero para atrás no puedo ir, ¿no? Entonces esto ya se bloquea. Vale, pues nada. Pa'lante. Pa'lante como los de Alicante. 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 A ver. What? ¿Hay otro botoncito aquí? Aquí. Aquí hay cámaras. Vale, luces, cámaras. ¡Acción! ¡Hostia!
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley
What?
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Es que hemos empezado y no había nadie en la oficina, ¿vale? Guay, ya vemos que pone fired. Qué chungo esto. El Thunderdome. El Thunderdome, qué bueno.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
¿Está hablando de nosotros? ¿Qué es esto?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Están hablando de nosotros.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly
Oh my god, qué puto meta es este juego.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very
Facility power.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the control.
Nada, pues tenemos que ir al facility. Pues nada, vamos al facility power. Vamos a... ¿Qué hay que hacer aquí? Tuk. Espera. Hay un 5. Espera, a ver. ¿No hay más botones? Aquí hay más botones. Uno. Hostia, ¿cómo era la contraseña? ¿Cómo era la contraseña del sitio ese? Era 28. A lo mejor me estoy aquí flipando. Bueno, nada, vamos a ir a ver. Aquí. Mind control idle awaiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Entonces hay que apretar off. Vale, me habré cargado el juego. Hola. Vale,
And a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
F. Había terminado. Uy, me está abriendo el mando.
He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Sí, unos cuantos.
Where had his co-workers gone?
Exacto.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Eso.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Pues sí.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber,
Ah, que puedo moverme, vale.
none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand,
Coño.
but to let go. No
¿Pero puedo subir o no?
tell him where to go, what to
Ah, se está abriendo, vale.
or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Venga. Ya.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before
Coño,
him.
qué profundo de golpe, ¿no?
Exactly the way,
Esto no me lo esperaba de este
right
juego.
now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Ya. Bueno, esto es como el camino por el que te lleva el juego, ¿vale? Termina el juego, trofeo ganado. The end is never. The end is never the end, is never the end, is reloading. Exactamente, venga. Bueno, creo que aquí es donde volvemos a empezar. Otra vez. ¿Verdad? Efectivamente. ¿Ves? Aquí es donde hemos empezado. Pues venga.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Sí, se han ido todos. Perfecto. Vale, ahora vamos a intentar hacer ir por los lados que no me ha dicho de no ir. ¿Vale? A ver. Y una polla.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Perfectamente.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Exactamente, solo quiero admirarla aquí.
Wow.
Qué bonito.
Yes, this room.
Preciosa.
What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room.
Preciosa.
Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room.
Exactamente.
Life without having experienced this room.
Sí, voy a dejar que acabes de hablar por cortesía, pero no te voy a hacer ni puto caso. ¿Ves? Entonces aquí me he ido a la izquierda. ¿Esta door? No. A ver.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
No soy malo siguiendo direcciones, es lo que hay. Vale. Uy, ¿y esto? Esto que es una zona de... Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can
Pues no, hombre, la verdad.
The fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
¿De quién?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Hombre Chos, ¿qué tal? Dice, ¿este es el juego en el que puedes ser Hulk Hogan y ponerte decisiones que de los buques del juego? Efectivamente, efectivamente. De hecho, ya he hecho como... He seguido lo que me decía un poco el narrador en mi primer playthrough. No lo he jugado nunca, Chos, este juego. Y ahora estoy... ¿Qué tengo que hacer? ¿Quién me está esperando? ¿Puedo abrir esta puerta? No. Ah, estoy haciendo todo lo contrario. ¿Qué? ¿Pero quién está esperándome? Es que ahora está un poquito rayado porque no estoy haciendo ni puto caso. ¿Quién me está esperando? Who the fuck is... Coño. Cojones. ¿Cómo que? ¿Tengo que pick up the phone? Venga, va, lo voy a pick up porque no lo he visto nunca. ¿Qué? ¿Hola? Ah, todo en blanco. Antes todo en negro, ahora todo en blanco. Tócate las narices. What?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go.
What?
All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha.
Cabrón.
Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
¿Qué tengo que ver?
Let me show you what's really going on here.
¿Cómo que qué sucede? Y si no quiero ir a... Bueno, voy a seguirle para ver lo que dice. Hola, Ana María, ¿qué tal? Aquí estem amb el narrador. Vale. What the fuck? ¿Por qué? Buen día, empleado 400 prime.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him.
¿Qué?
Every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work.
Me estoy sintiendo como un monete.
Except that he's chosen this life.
¿Cómo que he elegido esta vida? Yo solo no te he hecho caso, cabrón, ¿eh? Pero, ¿por qué me está troleando este juego de esta manera? ¿Será cabrón?
Fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers,
bueno, ya estamos.
Everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the
que así es como empezamos el puto juego.
Excited him terribly. So, he went further. He imagined that he came to
¿En serio me lo estás diciendo? Es lo que he hecho hasta ahora y me lo está haciendo.
Choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too
todo esto lo está haciendo porque no le he hecho caso y me he ido por la puerta de la derecha.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. Down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
¿Que no me puedo ir de aquí? Me está troleando el juego.
He called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
What the fuck?
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed.
Pero
the longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one.
Pues nada.
I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Le doy.
See? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second?
Y nada, estamos otra vez en el puto principio. ¡Qué puta locura!
How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Pues nada.
Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose.
Pues venga.
Try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Muere, por favor.
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Y me muero. What the fuck. Este es el segundo final que consigo y hay 27 en teoría, ¿eh? Uf, uf. Vaya puta locura. Vamos a ver. Esto ha sido lo que me ha pasado por no hacerle caso en nada. Entonces vamos a intentar llegar hasta el punto en el que está lo de escape y me escapo para la izquierda. ¿Vale? Antes, cuando he tenido esa duda, Miguel, vamos a intentar ir por allí. Vale. Aquí es donde empezamos, tal cual, ¿vale? Y empieza a hablar con nosotros. Claro, lo guay, porque estaba al principio. No encontraba el rastro. Vamos a mirar cosas. Si veis lo que... Antes no ha dicho nada de esto, pero si te quedas un rato... El narrador es un troll, básicamente. Eso es lo que pasa con este juego. ¿Ves? O sea, no hacen nada. O sea, por mucho que toques, no nada. De nada. Ah, no dirá nada el cabrón. Verás, por dejarme mal. Ah, no dirá nada. Ah, no dirá nada. No dice nada el cabrón de él. Pues nada. Nada, vamos a la... ¿Esta se puede abrir?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Exactamente.
Did it advance the story in any
Vale,
way?
vale, pues a ver. Vamos por aquí. Ahora, claro, aquí te da la opción, ¿vale? Entonces ahora sí que vamos a ir por la izquierda, que no he ido hasta ahora. Si te das por la derecha, que es lo que he hecho antes, pues pasan cosas también. Vale, sala de reuniones. A ver si leo esta ahora. Talkless, do unbelievably amazing work. Bueno. Venga, a la... Ahora vamos a bajar. En lugar de subir... Vale. Pues ahora voy a bajar. ¿Qué te parece? ¿Puedo abrir esta puerta? No. Vamos a bajar. Fuck you. ¿Aquí hay algo? ¿Y esto? Ah, no son nada. Es nada. Coche.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Bueno, porque
because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
¿El qué?
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
No puedo hacer nada con el coche. No, no muchas cosas.
He began to make other strange observations.
¿Cómo cuál?
For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue.
¿Cuál?
just hadn't found the words for it.
Ajá.
I'm dreaming.
Bueno.
This is all a dream.
No. No, pensaba que era un bucle.
Found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
Hostia, era un sueño, ¿no? Es un bucle. Es un puto bucle. No me jodas. Es un bucle. Es un puto bucle. ¿Qué? Ah, vale, esto es para agacharme. What? Y no sabía que me podía agachar. Wow. Hombre, ahora que lo dices, pues sí, es un poco raro. Pues un poquito.
Describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams,
What?
that of course, this
¿No puedo subir al coche?
How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
Me está dando dolor de cabeza. Es broma. Pues nada, vamos a ir tirando. A ver si llegamos al final. Creo que no.
Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could
¿Qué es esto? ¿Moon Knight?
He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control. That this was a dream.
Bueno, ¿qué? ¿Y cómo?
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Joder.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress.
Calla que me duermo,
The fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
¿Cómo que mi wife?
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Joder. ¿Estamos en el bucle?
Stanley began screaming.
Me cago en mi puta vida.
Someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss.
What the fuck, tío?
I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Pop. Pues nada, tercer final, tú.
This
Hostia.
is the story of a woman named Mariella.
¿Qué?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
¿Qué?
She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Sí, claro.
And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day.
¿Qué reunión?
Very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Perfecto. Vale, pues esto sí que es un final... sorpresa, ¿eh? What the fuck. Venga, vámonos otra vez. Venga, we relive it again. Vamos a volver a vivirlo. Ahora, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Ahora cuando lleguemos a la escalera subimos igual, pero no vamos a la oficina del jefe. Vamos a ir por la derecha. ¿Vale? Vale. Venga, sí. Qué pena. Oh my god. Venga. Puerta de la izquierda, ¿vale? Venga, izquierda. Vale. Ahora entramos. ¿Tú? No voy a volver a pararme por aquí porque lo he hecho antes. Pero bueno, si tenéis tiempo y jugáis al juego, quedaos a mirarlo todo. Vale, ahora sí que subimos para arriba. Venga. Y ahora, en lugar de ir a la oficina del jefe, no nos vamos. Ahí está el lavabo. Ay, no, aquí ya llego a la oficina del jefe, mierda. Ah, pues iremos a Escape. Vale, vamos a ir por otro lado. Vale, este es el camino normal. Bueno, vamos a ver porque veis el puto lavabo. Vale. Los putos ricos. Bueno, en fin. ¿Puedo volver a abrir esta puerta? No. Y esta... esto antes no se abría. Vale, pues vamos a ir por aquí antes de ir a la oficina del jefe, ¿vale? What the fuck, en serio. Business strategy. Venga. Vale. ¿Subimos? ¿Se podrá subir? ¿Se puede subir más? Ti, 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 tim, 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 tim. Bienvenidos a Noches con Edgar en Cadena Dial. Con todos ustedes, Edgar del sótano. Hola vecinos, muy buenas noches. Bienvenidos a esta noche tan cálida aquí en Barcelona. Son las 12:33 de la madrugada. Estamos aquí en un día muy bonito. ¿Qué noticias tienes, Carmen? Hola, ¿qué tal vecinos? Es muy de programa de radio y lo sabéis. Me vibra el mando. Tiki. Bueno, ¿qué? ¿Tengo que apretar para parar o cómo va esto? Pues tenía que apretar para... Porque estoy en el mismo sitio. Pues voy para abajo. Una vez más, ¿qué tal? Bienvenidos a las noches del sótano. No me jodas que no va a ningún lado, que también podría ser. Me lo puedo esperar. Os juro por todo lo sagrado que yo ahora le doy a este botón y vuelvo a estar en el despacho y grito. ¡Ah! Pues nada, a tomar por el culo.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not
¿Aquí
an
puedo entrar?
indication of any
No.
human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud.
¿Cómo era el código? A ver, dímelo.
He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation.
Venga.
But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number.
¿Cuál?
2845.
8. Venga. Perfecto. Venga. Y ahora ahí el ascensor. Pues venga, vámonos para abajo. Venga. Y ahora, antes de llegar a la zona de control mental, nos vamos por la izquierda, ¿vale? Vale. Mec.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Lo llevas claro. Venga, vamos por escape. Ahora sí, Miguel, vamos a ver qué pasa aquí.
This passageway had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Bueno, pues sorpréndeme. A ver la violent death. Tiri ti 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 ti. Como sea un hall inter...
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
No me vas a... no, a cagar. No me jodas que es un endless. Sí, claro que sí. Pues sí. Vale, vale, ya llegamos. Vale, no es infinito. Menos mal. Vale. Y me voy a matar, ¿no? Pues venga. ¡Pum! Bueno, ahí va. What? What?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Bueno, solo es lo que...
see the bigger picture.
¡Hostias!
Story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is.
Cojones.
His death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned,
joder.
and willingly accepted this
Arrancarle los ojos al ciego.
brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bueno, pues ahí vamos. Nada, vecinos.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
What?
As Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant,
What?
Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body.
¿Qué ha pasado con el enterrador, con el narrador? ¿Qué? The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
¡Qué la
What
leche!
exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo que el narrador? Perdón.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
¿Cómo?
death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
What?
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Pinturas de naturaleza. ¿Es la oficina? ¿Qué? Muestra la oficina del comienzo del juego. La oficina de Stanley hasta 2 puertas fue la primera parte del juego que se construyó. A lo largo del desarrollo se agregaron y enfocaron distintas secciones. ¡Hostias! ¡Hostias! ¿Perdón? ¿Qué es rollo? Development Room. Computadores de las oficinas. Me veo con el solitario. What the fuck. Vale. A ver. Las 2 puertas. Sí, estupendo, pero pasillo. Pero la oficina es todo esto. Si empezamos desde aquí. Ah, sí, la oficina es todo esto. Solo vamos por aquí. Tal. Y hasta aquí. Aquí las 2 puertas. Vale. Tienen el juego cuando se oprime todo. En cada uno. Esto salía al final. Y esto es las... Nada, no se pueden abrir. Vale, pues vamos por aquí. Creo que volvemos a empezar otra vez. O no, yo ya no sé qué pensar de este puto juego. What the fuck, sala de mantenimiento. ¿Pero que es un museo esto? ¿Del juego? Sí, es un museo. ¿Cómo que zona de guerra? ¿Cómo? Hostia, pero he ido a la de... Yo no quería ir a la Development Room. Yo quiero seguir jugando. Oficina de Stanley. Ah, o sea, literalmente... Literalmente me he metido en el... En como la sala de... Pero yo, en teoría, yo pensaba que había más finales. Bueno, que supongo que hay más finales. Stanley Parable. Espera, espera, espera. ¿Y ahí al fondo qué hay? No, ahí no puedo ir. ¿What? Edgar, ¿qué es esto? Pues mira, estamos investigando a ver qué cojones. Porque estamos como...
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
¿Cómo?
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
What the fuck, en serio, esto es... Ay, me matan.
You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
¿Cómo?
Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
¿Qué
As
dices?
long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
What the fuck. Mira que le he dicho al juego que no había jugado Stanley Parable. No sé si es que esto te lo ponen como... What the fuck. ¿Que apague mi PlayStation? ¿Estamos locos? ¿Algo muy crazy aquí o qué está pasando? What the fuck. Pero había más cosas ahí. Espera. Esta no es la oficina. Esta no es la oficina. Esta no es la oficina. Esta no es la oficina en la que estaba yo antes. Pero qué cojones, tío. ¿Qué cojones? Nada. Hostias, ya empezamos.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Vale, decinos. ¿Izquierda o derecha? Os lo dejo decidir a vosotros, los que estáis en el chat. Tenéis un minutito mientras lo vamos pensando. Mientras voy aquí comentando cosas. A ver, todo lo que he vivido hasta ahora del juego es un gran gigante what the fuck que me encanta, tengo que decirlo. Pero no sé ahora mismo si es que esto lo ponen para que te familiarices con cómo va el juego, o si es que lo he conseguido porque mira, o what. What the fuck. En serio. Dicho esto, ¿le hago caso? ¿Vamos por la izquierda o vamos por la derecha? Porque ahora ya no sé si cambiamos cosas o no. O sea, no sé si va a cambiar todo, porque la oficina estaba cambiada, esa oficina. O sea, esa parte del principio. Y esto ya está cerrado, ¿verdad? Efectivamente, efectivamente. No vayas por ningún lado. Ah, me quedo aquí quieto. No hagas nada. Nada de nada. ¿Te imaginas? No entiendo nada. What the fuck. Hombre, es que si me quedo sin hacer nada, no va a pasar nada. Va a ser un poquito aburrido esto. Esta luz porque no funciona, por cierto. ¿Significa algo que esa luz? Ah, no, es que no hay luz ahí. ¿Qué dices, tío? Revolution, 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 revolution. ¿Qué nos está contestando? ¡Ay, que me meo! ¡Ay, que me meo! Izquierda. Sí, es que ahora tengo ganas de quedarme. A ver si dice más cosas. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Vale, vamos a ir por la izquierda, ¿vale? Vamos a hacer caso, venga, a ver si que se porte bien. ¿Puedo abrir esto? No. ¿Es lo mismo? Sí, aquí es lo mismo.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Vale.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all.
No.
I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Pues me encierro. Hala, ¿puedo abrir? Vale. Pensaba que cambiaría o algo. Ay, Dios mío, he flipado Revolution, ahora con esto he flipado bastante. A ver, hostia, pero es que quizás no debería de haber...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
De nada, Edgar, cobro en dólares. A ver, para abajo es que no sé si el para abajo es el mismo final que antes. Porque abajo he ido antes y era lo del bucle este de mierda. Vale. Venga, voy a hacerle caso, ¿vale? Vamos para arriba. No puedo... Nada, de nada, de nada. Y estas ventanas tampoco. Y este ascensor tampoco me deja hacer nada en el ascensor, tío. Voy a apretar para abajo. Venga, pruebo una vez más, ¿vale? Si no es que si no ya tengo que... ya volveré otra vez al... ¿Qué tal, vecinos? Bienvenidos a las noches del sótano. Ya está, ya paro. Vale. No, es que ahora le voy a dar y voy a estar otra vez en la oficina. O me espero a que pare la música. Es que a lo mejor me espero aquí un rato, ¿eh? Ay. Es que tengo la tentación de darle otra vez, pero es que a lo mejor es que tengo que esperarme. Ya no sé qué pensar de este puto juego. Me tiene súper perdidísimo. No me había sentido nunca tan perdido con un juego. De no poder fiarme del puto juego. ¿Sabéis lo que os quiero decir? La voz no soy yo esta que está sonando, ¿eh? O sea, esto no soy yo. Me acabo de dar cuenta que estaba... Pero es Stanley, se supone. Nada. Voy a tener que pararlo. Me está poniendo ya... Pues nada de nada. Y aquí no puedo hacer nada. No hay ninguna puerta como en los X-Men, ¿sabéis? ¿Y las ventanas? Tampoco. Pues nada. 2, 8, 4, 5. No habrá nada por aquí que pueda... No. Pues nada. Tendría que haber bajado para abajo. 8, 4, 5. Tenía que haberme ido por la derecha. Nada, volveremos a empezar otra vez. ¡Que te den! Será cabrón. No me hagas esperar. Es un puto troll. Es un puto troll el puto narrador. Como no me he esperado a su mierda de explicación porque me acordaba del código. Será cabrón. Capullo. Vale. Pero puedo... Nada, no se puede salir. Vale, ahora aquí está el ascensor. Ay, ¿y si vuelvo para arriba? ¿Podré salir por la puerta? Ahora probaré a subir otra vez. Pero en fin, what the fuck, vecinos. Vale. Entonces aquí es el Mind Control Facility. No, volvemos para arriba.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind.
Ahora.
Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up.
Efectivamente.
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well,
Venga.
that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Venga, a ver si podemos abrir la puerta. Vamos a llevar el puto juego al límite. El límite de lo que nos deje, claro. Aquí hay como más luz ahora. No. No hay nada aquí, ¿no? No, sí. Es un pasillo. ¡Es un pasillo esto! Tócate los huevos. ¿No? Sí. Porque ahora no veo nada. Vale. No, es un pasillo pero no lleva a ningún lado. ¿O sí? No. Si me giro... Oye, what the fuck esto. ¿En serio? Oye, ¿dónde estoy? Ah, no veo nada. Hola. Oye. Ahora, cojones. Oye, pero ¿y esto? Aquí se puede como pasar, ¿no? Voy a ir tirando para atrás a ver si... No, no. No. No es nada, tío. Vale. Pues mierda para mí. Mierda para mí. Venga. Se puede abrir.
Stanley, it's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator.
Que si...
It's still just exactly what it is.
¿Y si aprieto otra vez el
What a
código?
decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have.
No.
An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich
Y aquí no hay nada que pueda usar, no, es solo lo de aquí. Pues tendría que haberme ido... Tendría que haberme ido por la derecha. Me cago en todo. Pues nada, vámonos. ¿Por qué no puedo salir? A lo mejor me tengo que esperar a que termine de hablar para poder abrir la puerta. ¿O what? No entiendo nada. No entiendo nada, vecinos. Pues no, a tomar por el culo. Venga.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor?
Pues no.
It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
¿Algún problema,
I can't even
imbécil?
begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Es que me ha tocado los cojones. Me ha tocado las narices este imbécil.
Oh my god. The boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Nos ha puesto musiquita. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hostia puta. Hold on.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
No jodas. ¿Hasta qué punto un troll es demasiado troll? Pregunto. Quizá el juego se está ya pasando conmigo, ¿no? Quizás... La Virgen...
All right.
¿Sí?
I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
De nada. De nada. ¿Puedo abrir la puerta? No, o sea, simplemente era por esto. Por hacer el imbécil un rato. Vale. A ver. A lo mejor que tengo que ir agachado. Es que... A lo mejor estoy flipándome, ¿eh? Que podría ser... Sí, pues eso parece, que me estoy flipando. Y ya está. De verdad... Es que es tan... jodementes.
Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
No hace falta tampoco, no hace falta que seas tan capullo, ¿vale? Puto narrador. Hostia, de verdad, sabía que era tocapelotas, pero es muy tocapelotas realmente, ¿eh? Es que ya si subo otra vez, me asesina, ¿verdad?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Ah, aquí hemos venido a jugar, ¿no? Aquí hemos venido a jugar. ¿Qué me vas a hacer ahora? A ver qué dice ahora. Ya no me dice ni nada. No me dice ni nada. Uy, la que me espera arriba. No me ha dicho ni nada.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Ajá.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
Bueno, ya
But the
empezamos.
suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Perfecto.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting.
Sí.
Why don't we take this elevator ride nice
No.
and slow?
No, 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 tío. No, 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 no. Que era
There we
broma.
go.
Que era
Isn't
broma.
this so much more exciting?
Narrador, que era broma.
It seems like nowadays the
Hostia
only thing that
puta.
audiences want
No,
is
tío.
to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They
Vecinos.
want big, explosive
Estoy siendo
moments
troleado por una
flung
inteligencia
right in
artificial,
their
de verdad.
faces from the very
Es
moment
frustrante.
things get started. But where's the tension?
No, claro, sí, eso es
Where's
verdad.
the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story?
¿Os imagináis que hay algo guay?
Why aren't
¿Te
we
imaginas?
given time to
Hostia.
imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate,
A mí no me des
and then to
lecciones, ¿eh?
marvel at the
Puto
eventual
narrador.
reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years.
¿Ves?
And it's really all because of you.
Bueno, eso es verdad.
You're the one who took this bold step
Sí.
of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You
¿Ves?
see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it. Which
Yep.
is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition.
No.
You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
Ah, vale, está. Pensaba
Which
que
is why,
subíamos
though I didn't know
a la
when to
luz.
spring this
Y
on
es que hay
you,
una luz.
Well, I've gathered a little press conference for
¿Qué
you,
dices?
so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
¿Qué
Yes,
dices?
I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning.
¿Qué
They
dices?
really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them.
No.
This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
¿Quién se ríe ahora,
We're holding the press conference.
What?
Should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Life, the guy who went to Mars. How we did the pyramids. World's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. Live on stage, Stanley. Venga. Hostia, pero no tenía ni idea de que nos íbamos por estos derroteros, And evening with World Peace, baby.
Ah, yes. Here it is. Just through this door.
Y por aquí no puedo pasar, obviously, ¿no? Stanley... From the Stanley Parable. Tonight, live on stage. World's first sentient machine. To a stage.
Are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative.
Menos mal, ya tocaba, vecinos.
Great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
Thanks for...
It looks like they're ready for you.
Bien.
Go get them.
Venga. Break a leg, champ, your boss. Ah, mira el boss, qué mono. I love the way you write elevators. No one tells stories the way you do. Get 'em, Tiger. Oh, la Mary Jane. Venga. Vámonos a conocer a mi público. Hola, peña. What the fuck? ¿En serio? Quiero darle las gracias a toda la gente que ha confiado en mí siempre. Sí, vecinos, sí. A mi mujer Revolution... ¿No? What the fuck, en serio, what the fuck. A ver, ya no se me ocurre. Ah, vale, ahora tendría que ir. Vamos a ir por la derecha, ¿vale? A ver si hay algo en lo que podamos diferir por allí, por el camino de la derecha, ¿vale? Venga. Aquí las puertas no puedo hacer nada, ¿no?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
¿Cómo?
This is great.
Esto es genial.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
¿Cómo? ¿Por qué ha cambiado? ¿Por qué ha cambiado?
Went around touching every... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
¿Qué trofeo?
Trick a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
¿Cómo que 5
I
clics?
suppose you would have clicked the door 20 times.
¿20?
I
¿Cómo?
would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Pues venga. Venga, 20 veces.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
Ajá.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it.
Joder.
Almost certainly 50.
Mira, voy a hacer los 50 clics por vosotros, porque no digo que no a un trofeo. Vamos, puta puerta. Vamos.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something.
¿Por qué?
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some muscle stand. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost.
No me rayes mucho,
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Sí, claro. Vamos a buscar la puerta 417. Porque tú me lo digas. Esa puerta no tiene número y no puedo abrirla. No. No. Awaiting input. Nada. ¿Perdón? New content. No, mierda, ¿no puedo pasar para allá? Hostias. Hostias. Vale, y por aquí no puedo abrir tampoco. Oye, qué putada, quería pasar para allá. No se podrá. Hostia, qué putada. Tendrás que entrar y no dar un golpe o algo. Pues nada. New content. Ahora os imagináis que de golpe es un juego de zombies o algo así, a lo puto loco. Hola. Coño.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
De nada. Bueno.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Sí.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Nos habéis hecho esperar,
The game for consoles and home computers.
Vale.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
¿Cómo qué? Es que claro, yo no sé lo que es nuevo, ¿no?
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Vale.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but
Pues
I'm
no,
sure
narrador.
it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Sí. ¿Qué?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or oh, there we go.
Vale,
All
me está,
right,
os juro que me está ya
at long
acojonando ya.
last, It's on to the new content. I've
Venga.
never been more ready. Let's do it.
Venga. Nuevos finales. No sé qué se
I
diferencian.
have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Venga. New content, the jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
¿En serio? ¿Qué tendré? Aquí, y aquí no puedo saltar. Aquí sí. O sea, te dan la oportunidad de saltar. Me los voy a gastar todos. Ah, toma por culo. Tic, 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 tic. Ya no puedo saltar. Hostia.
Is that it?
Eso le digo yo.
Surely that's not all new content. There has to be something else, right?
Hay otro elevator. What the fuck, tío.
Another elevator. Stanley,
Dios, me
I have
meo.
to
En serio
say,
que me meo.
Initial impressions of this game are
Not positive.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The
Pues sí.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait.
Venga.
There's more. Very good.
Venga, a ver.
I knew there had to be something else.
Hombre.
Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the
That's
new
it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And
Que tiene que hacer Revolution, quedar como un payaso, es lo que estoy haciendo ahora mismo. Porque me está troleando el juego.
Trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
Es que hay como 27 finales distintos, Revolution. Cada vez, cada decisión que tomas, llegas a otra.
Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Oh my god.
What do you say, friend?
Venga, vámonos. Volvemos a empezar. Es un poco locura Revolution, o sea, creo que lo he hecho ya, no sé si 5, llevo 5 finales, o no sé, y ahora cuando he salido me aparece una puerta que ponía New Content y lo he seguido Y es como... Porque este es como una versión nueva del juego. Lo han remasterizado y eso. What the fuck. Vale. ¿Qué? Ha cambiado otra vez la oficina afuera. Pero que esto no es donde había empezado. Esto es la oficina. What the fuck. What the fuck.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
¿Cómo?
I want to show you something.
¿Qué hago? ¿Voy al vent? ¿O sigo por...? Es que por aquí yo no he estado. Podré ir. ¿Qué hago, Revolution? Vamos por el vent. Vamos por aquí por el... ¿Por el este? O... Es que por aquí no he estado, pero creo que por aquí acabaremos yendo a la oficina normal. Es que parece que el narrador está de buenas. Venga, a ver. ¿Y esto? Venga. Vale, aquí ya no hay vuelta atrás, ¿eh? Me tiro. A ver qué cojones pasará ya con este juego. Hostia puta, de verdad, qué locura. Lo recomiendo jugar porque es puto catárquico el hecho de poder hacer lo que te salga del pepo. Pero hostia. Vale.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Sí.
So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
What?
Take a look.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories.
¿Y esto ahora de
so I can
golpe?
relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Hostias putas.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013?
Hostia puta. Esto está haciendo... Esto es una sátira, demasiado sátira, ¿eh? Se pasan 8 pueblos. O sea, básicamente es ahora... Oh my god. New video game releasing today, the New York Times. Sí, claro, Los Angeles Times. Stanley Parable these tough choices. Sí, sí. Pero yo quiero volver a empezar otra vez.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
No, no. ¿Me estás diciendo en serio? ¿Me estás diciendo? What the fuck, en serio. Hostia puta. Pero que quiero jugar, cabrón. Puto cabrón.
It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3,
¿Qué?
it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk, nothing. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Bueno, hora con comillas. Pero... Uy. Voy a puta puerta de mantenimiento esta. No puedo. Fuck. Vale, todo esto es de... ¿Como de desarrollo? Oh, no, se ha cerrado la puerta. Pensaba que podría bajar otra vez. Oye, en serio, me está tocando los... Me cago en sus... ¡Ah! ¿Qué estoy haciendo? Es un anuncio, vecinos. Pero me vas a dejar tomarlas, cabrón.
It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content.
Sí, lo entiendo, pero es que no puedo jugarlo.
All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Hostia, nen. Ah, vale. Hay otra puerta por aquí. No, ahora no puedo. No me jodas. Ah, vale, ¿ya puedo volver para atrás? Sí.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas. The extremely popular online storefront for
Steam con
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
¿Está haciendo una crítica de las reviews? ¿En serio? What the fuck? Not recommended. Hostia, tío, en serio.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more
Ay, Dios mío, que se están cobrando la... Pero que yo solo que... Uy, que se ha cabreado.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights.
Sí, pero no me has dejado... Vale. Joder.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me.
Como sermoneas un poquito. Pues sermoneas un poquito, chocho.
Quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear.
Venga.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Bueno.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Ay, Dios. ¿Te está haciendo bullying?
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto.
Bueno, que se está liando aquí. Dice, ¿qué opinas de Squash de Mayu? ¿Qué opinas de Godside? No me hagas arrepentirme aún más de nuestro matrimonio. Corazón, estoy un poquito, más allá de ver WWE, es un poco desconectado de wrestling. Bueno, mentira, vi Rebellion, ¿verdad? Pero estoy un poquito... Esta semana he tenido un poquito de esto y no me he enterado mucho, corazón, la verdad. Pero me estás diciendo que Mayu ha perdido en un squash o ha ganado.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it.
Pero
it's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered.
Pero ¿por qué me lo pero puto juego, pero narrador, déjame jugar.
Is a game for the people. And if the people want
buah, me está troleando demasiado esto,
Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by...
Ahora.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video
Perfecto.
games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
Adeu.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit.
Sí, un poquito,
That's
sí.
the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your face.
Adeu.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Adeu.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
¿Y qué?
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer.
Vámonos. ¿Hasta dónde llegamos?
You're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
Ajá.
Just sitting.
Vaya.
Not a single person.
Pobre, no podía hablar con nadie.
And you'd think that that's just how it's always been.
Sí.
Me talking and you saying nothing.
Pues un poquito sí.
Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking.
Adeu. Bueno. Vaya, ni voto.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
Joder.
I've never sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year.
Adeu. Esto ya me estoy pasando. Oye. ¿En serio? ¿Ya no habla más? No me va a dejar aquí encerrado, ¿verdad? ¿Qué está sonando? Joder, 17 segundos. Hostia, Revolution.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
¿Y ahora me habla?
Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitch.
Todo esto es porque para que no hagamos una mala crítica, tío. También te pasas un poquito, Oye. Hostia, tío. Esto es lo de la... Esto de cargando. ¡Ay! Que encima la han eliminado. Hostia. Ya no lo veo quizá tan bien, Porque, hostia, lo que dices tú, que Mayu... Joder, si va a perder 17 segundos... ¡Hostias! ¡Hostias! Pero puedo... No, solo puedo usar el puto botón de los cojones. Joder, ojalá... No me tendría que haber metido en el puto... de este de ventilación, Lo llego a saber y no me meto. Es que claro, no he jugado nunca. No sé si es que tengo que salir, apretar Start, irme, empezar de nuevo, o vamos a empezar solos. Pero es que ya llega un punto... Nada. ¡Hala! ¡Hostias! ¡Hostias! ¿What? Hostia, tío, estamos en Matrix, El sol. Pues nada, sigamos al sol. Venga, para allá. Me estoy alejando, ¿no? Sí, me estoy alejando. Se acabó. What the fuck. Sé que es existencialista de cojones esto, ¿no? Pensaba que tiraba mucho al humor. Tira mucho a temas muy filosóficos realmente, ¿eh? Ojo. Dejó del mundo y formó con su nueva bodyguard. Por cierto, ¿quién está con Kairi? Que vi el otro día el plan, un vídeo de Tag Team. Esto lo vi. ¿Con quién está haciendo Tag Team Kairi? Revolution. Vale. A ver qué dice. ¿Hasta otra vez solo?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from
Con el tiempo, ya estamos. Bueno, pero ahora estamos otra vez en la del principio. Otra puta vez. No puedo abrir ninguna puerta más, ¿no? Hostia, para ahí no podré ir en ningún lado, ¿de verdad? No, pero no que esté, que hizo Tag Team, porque vi un vídeo en Somos Stardom, ¿verdad? Que hizo Tag Team, no digo que estén juntas de facción, ¿eh? Esta semana vi la miniatura que salían juntas y pensé, pues lo habrá hecho New Content. ¿Qué hago? ¿Me fío? ¿Me fío o qué? Porque es New Content. A ver, me lo está poniendo en... A ver, aquí me ha ganado un poquito porque me lo ha puesto con neones como con la escalera. ¿Vale? Venga, me voy a fiar.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Sí.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Miedo me das. A ver el New Content este que dices. Porque hasta ahora el New Content... Es broma, me lo estoy pasando muy bien, de verdad. Es de estos juegos que me lo paso teta. Mira, no me había dado cuenta de que llevo 1 hora y media ya en directo. Pues imagínate. Venga, ascensor, ascensor, ascensor. Es un ascensor.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Sí.
So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
¿Qué pasa?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
¿Qué? ¿Qué?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel, an entirely new experience.
Investor Showcase.
Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
What the fuck? ¿Es en serio esto? No sé qué sea el juego, digo.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2...
They are back
that's
to
an
those...
artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2
What the
is going
fuck?
to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I
Vale.
feel that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around.
Hostia, qué puto...
Game development is
Esto
much
es,
more
como
of
se
a
dice,
fuzzy
una
magic than
clase...
anything scientific or logical, really.
Una crítica bestia a cómo se desarrollan hoy en día los videojuegos, This way to the show floor. New features. New content. Hay un bus. Vale. Hostia, tío. No lo habrán enmascarado. The sequel.
Here we are. Go on. try out some of the new features.
¿Cómo? ¿De button? Hay un botón que es de name. ¿Dónde está? ¿Qué dices?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the
Miedo
game.
me da.
Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry,
¿Cómo que Jim?
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
No sé qué decirte si soy Jim.
Please step forward and press the button.
Es que no sé si soy Jim, la verdad. Com va, pues es muy raro, pero mola. Es que realmente tal que fas, pues es que té conseqüències. A ver.
Jim.
Yes, you see.
Es que no soy Jim, narrador de mierda.
The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Me quiero ir. ¿No hay ninguna puerta por la que me pueda ir? No. Esta. No. Esta. Es que había cosas para mirar atrás. Me tendría que haberme ido, coño. Esa putada que cierran la puerta. Pues nada. Tito, 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 tito. Venga.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Sí, sí, justificadísimo.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this.
Ah, vale, podemos volver
personal
atrás.
validation.
Menos mal. Es que...
I suppose I could allow only
enjoy
people
the new
named Jim
features.
to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Espera, a ver qué más hay por aquí. Es que es muy raro esto. Es como que de golpe... With just the right... Reassurance bucket. Collectibles. Free new plus easy trophy. Get it here. I can't believe it's that simple. ¿Así? Free trophy. Get yours right now. Es que a ver cómo lo cuento esto. Acabamos de pasar por un recogido de críticas que tuvo el juego cuando salió en su momento, ¿vale? Era criticado lo que es el contenido nuevo de esta edición nueva, que es Ultra Deluxe, no lo olvidemos. Y de golpe ha dicho que no, que es que vamos a anunciar Stanley Parable 2, ¿vale? Vale. ¿Qué está pasando? Epílogo. No. No, quiero un Easy Trophy. Vamos a mirar por ahí. What the fuck. Es muy meta. Espera, ¿qué es esto? Can you find them? Hostia. Hostias, Infinite Hole. A ver. Vale, un trofeo gratis.
Here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident?
Sí.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you.
Vale.
It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that
Será cabrón.
exists. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley. but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature.
Pues mira, como aquel joke. Raro.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Había... Hostia, aquí. Vale, Collectibles. Vamos a ver aquí. Y luego iremos al epílogo, ¿vale?
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Vale.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
¡Oli! ¿Qué dices? What the fuck?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
¿Sabéis que si los buscamos... ¿Qué? ¿Qué es una exposición sobre el segundo juego o what the fuck? Esto de aquí, a ver, hay unas escaleras. Ah, no, pensaba que se podía... Ah, sí, sí que se puede subir. ¿Y aquí a dónde se va? Salida, no, no. Vamos a ver el agujero infinito, ¿vale? ¿Es aquí?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday.
Hombre,
which would you go with?
Este.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Que te den.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision.
¿Y aquí?
We're moving on.
Esto no se puede abrir. Vale, vamos a ir a lo del epílogo, que estaba aquí.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Sí.
Yes, it would go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Vale, ah, aquí arriba hay más. Vale. Aquí, ¿qué pone? As mundial de la configuración. Agujero infinito. A ver. Fuck you. ¿Te ha quedado claro? Ahí te quedas. Vale, pues nos vamos a ir ya. Ah, no, el agujero infinito. Agujero infinito que florece en el juego Stanley Parable. Pero turu, tiru, turu. A ver.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Ay, ¿qué hago? Ay, es que está la salida esta. ¿Qué hago? ¿Qué hago, vecinos? Ahí no se puede bajar. ¿Me tiro? Me tiro.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now,
sé de alguien
since
que...
you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Venga. Pensaba de verdad que me iba a dejar cayendo todo el rato, por eso estaba acojonado. Ey, ahí hay una puerta. Ahí hay una puerta. Espera, hay más puertas. Uy. Voy a ir más... Ah, no se puede. Vale. Como que, ¿qué hay más? Ah, vale, no. Vale, pues nos vamos a la salida. Porque... espera. Ah, no, no puedo pasar, ¿no? Ahí. No. No se puede pasar. Pues venga, salida.
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket, okay?
Venga.
All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Pues vamos a ver el balde. ¿Dónde está el balde? A ver. A ver. A ver. Mapa. Jump Circle. Eso ya lo he hecho. A ver, el balde. ¿Qué más me faltará? Ese es el trofeo. Eso es lo del coleccionable. Vamos a ver por aquí. A ver si será aquí en el merch. Merchandising. Ah, Reassurance Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical.
Sí, eso es verdad.
That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
Sí, un poquito.
I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Perfecto. ¿Me lo puedes dar o no?
It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Venga.
Can you feel it?
Hostias.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in
Claro, tengo un
fact,
cubo.
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
¿Y que ya me puedo ir? Pues venga, me llevo un cubo nuevo, vecinos. Ahora me aparecerá en el juego.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
Oh, es bonito, sí.
Really should be an award if it isn't already.
Eso es verdad. Que alguien avise a Jeff Cogley y que venga. Nuevo premio para los Game Awards. ¿Dónde cojones está la escalera? Escalera. Esta escalera está aquí. Uf, es que me pongo violento, ¿eh? Venga, vámonos. Coño, qué miedo.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Sí.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
bueno...
Sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
Venga.
Here we go. Version 2.
vas a parar.
Stanley. This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Dios mío.
More than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand
Pero
on their
Chocho,
own.
si solo queríamos jugarlo.
The structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
¿Cómo?
Perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
What? Todo esto que acabamos de jugar es porque no lo he jugado y me estaba como enseñando cómo era el juego. What the fuck, vecinos. Me jode mucho no haberlo podido jugar hasta ahora este juego, pero qué puta pasada. Me parece brutal. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo? Esto es mentira, ¿verdad? Esto es mentira, ¿verdad? No voy a jugar al 2 sin haber jugado casi al 1, ¿verdad? Me parecería muy fuerte esto que estoy viviendo ahora mismo, ¿eh?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Vale.
Employee number 427's job.
Esto es lo mismo.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard.
Sí.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
Exactamente.
Telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Press J, press. Esto es lo mismo, vale.
Every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Hostia
Something
puta.
that would forever change Stanley.
Que pone 2, ¿eh?
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour.
Sí, efectivamente.
When he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor.
Me está explotando la cabeza.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Vale.
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Vale. Pero entonces es el mismo juego otra vez.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Los lobos.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Los globos. What? El bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
What? Hostias. Hostias. Vale. ¿Puedo dejar otra vez el bucket? No, el bucket ya me lo llevo ya todo el rato. Nada. Pues ahora con un bucket. Ahí vamos. Ah, ya no hay new content por aquí.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ajá. Mira, vamos a seguirle el rollo, ¿vale? A ver qué pasa. What?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the
¿Te está agradando el joc, sí?
now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Ah. Vale. El broom no me dice nada.
Can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy
¿Cómo?
is as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here.
Sí.
It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
Claro.
For you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be.
Pero se puede dar o no?
That the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
Sí, tornes a començar, però ara he pogut agafar... No, sí he començat com 5 vegades ja, però ara és com el... com posava Stanley Parable 2. I ara puc agafar això, que no, abans no estava.
Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
Pero...
And wait. Now the broom closet has the
que no ha dicho nada del broom closet.
That you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends. That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient. That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Malo.
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
Bueno, el cubo y yo, las hostias.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
Hostia, tú. Pero ¿puedo dárselo o no? No, o sea, simplemente es... What the fuck. En serio. Pues venga.
I got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled.
Woo!
No more debate, no more discussion.
Es mío.
Take a hike, broom closet, with all the meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the order of things.
Exactamente. ¿Qué te has pensado?
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Venga,
office.
le vamos a hacer caso ahora en todo, ¿vale? Mirai. Yo creo que Mirai. Sí. Mole, ¿eh? Es muy meta este juego, Revolution. Ya no sé lo que es real y lo que no es real. Vale. Vale, ahora voy a hacer caso. Exactamente.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion.
Ya soy el cubo, un cubo para gobernarlos a todos.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk, nor in his bliss of simply...
Que sí que lo había visto. Ah, he elegido mal. Es que hubiese elegido a otra, hubieses dicho que mal. 2, 8, 4, 5.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
No, me lo has dicho tú.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Venga. Pues nada, nos vamos otra vez al final del Mind Control. ¿O qué? Pero con el bucket. Yo sabes que yo voy con quien tú me digas, Revolution. Yo lo que quiero ver es buen Gremlin. Buen Gremlin. Si nos jugásemos el título ya sería otra cosa.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together.
Si no fuera por el cubo.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty.
Menos mal del cubo, que si no.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be alright. Venga. Mind Control Facility.
Large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Venga. Esto es lo que he hecho. Este es el primer final que yo he tenido del juego, ¿vale? Venga.
What horrible secret did this
Que
place
sí.
hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Pensamos al unísono. Hostia, qué bueno es este puto juego, de verdad. Venga, cámaras. ¡Tú!
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket.
Sí, no, estoy en
Everyone in
shock.
the office was being videotaped,
Todo el mundo.
monitored like guinea pigs.
Todos.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that
Ay, que el bucket está triste, tócate los cojones. Ahora. Venga.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What
Pobre bucket.
kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble brain.
Vale.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one
Excepto el Balde.
But here was the proof. The heart
Vale.
of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
Esta escalera no la había visto antes.
Eating, working, all of it monitored
¿Puedo
and
subir? No.
commanded from this very place.
No puedo abrirla.
The cold reality of his past
Bueno, me esperaré a que
began to sink in.
termine.
Stanley
Esto ya me lo
decided
sé.
that this machinery would never again exert
Ahora te
its
comento lo de
terrible power
WWE.
over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Yay!
The bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Me parece muy fuerte. Pues mira, me parece que podemos estar más de acuerdo, ¿no? Porque yo, por ejemplo, yo estoy echando en falta a Io Shirai. Me da miedo no ver a Io Shirai. Pero me gusta, o sea, lo que decimos, que hayamos llegado a este punto en el que hay combates y de mujeres y es como, pues lo normal tendría que ser esto, que haya muchos combates con muchas y que se les dé mucho tiempo. De todas formas, en WrestleMania Backlash, a ver qué pasa, porque espero que tengamos Asuka contra Becky, pero de momento solo tenemos un combate de mujeres, pero bueno. Y en cuanto al tournament, con muchas ganas de ver a ver quién participa, sobre todo. ¿Podría venir por aquí? No. Al main roster, dices. Pero no ha habido promos ni nada, no me he enterado de si ha habido algo de promos. Es que estos botones 5. A ver si puedo hacer algo si aprieto todos estos botones. Aquí hay otro. Es que antes eran, como decía, botones de sonido. 0, 1, 4. Ah, no, estos son los empleados, nada. Nada, vamos a hacer el final del todo. Bona nit, Ana Maria, moltes gràcies per venir. I aviam com acaba aquesta bogeria.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Hostia, que puse off
Stanley
antes.
gasped in horror.
Hostia.
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an
Ojalá,
image appeared
Revolution.
upon the enormous screen.
¿Cómo?
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
¿Qué dices? Coño. Silly birds. What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him, this wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a
¡Qué cookie! ¡Oh, los pajaritos! ¡Cocó!
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand.
Yes.
The one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams
no puedo tirar para atrás. Vale.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Hombre, ¿a qué lo dices?
Stanley was happy.
¡Oh! Y el patito. Tot. What the fuck. Y ahora volvemos a empezar y estará el baquete otra vez. What the fuck, vecinos. Sé que lo he dicho como 5 veces, pero en serio. What the actual fuck. Venga. Uy, se me caen los cascos. Bueno, female, ¿qué tal? Mira, te cuento, llevo ahora mismo. Empezaba a las 11:50. Pues mira, sí, pues hace ya 2 horas. Voy a seguir jugando un rato más porque me está gustando mucho. Empezamos aquí en la oficina, ¿vale? Todo el mundo no está, ¿vale? Entonces, en estas 2 horas que llevo de gameplay, female, he vuelto a empezar desde aquí como 5 veces, no porque me maten, sino porque tiene finales distintos. El narrador es un cabrón. Me han presentado la secuela del juego en estas 2 horas, empezando a jugar al juego, me han presentado ya la secuela, porque esto es un remake de un juego del año 2013. Es what the fuck. ¿Vale? Empezamos con una simple decisión, que es ir por la izquierda o por la derecha, y a partir de ahí todo se vuelve una locura. Ay, Guardian del Property of Stanley. Voy a dejar el bucket a la mierda. A ver. ¿Ves? Llegamos aquí y nos dice... ¿Ves? Y ahora yo me voy a ir por la derecha.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Puede ser. Y llegamos aquí al lounge. Pero ves, no le hemos hecho caso. Entonces, cuando no le haces caso, pasan cosas distintas, ¿vale? Es muy raro. Este es de los que te recomiendo que luego, si quieres pillarlo bien, vayas al principio, porque es muy raro. No hay nada aquí, ¿no? No vaya a haber algo.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room.
¿Qué ha pasado en IW? ¿Que empieza el show? No quiero.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
¿En serio me he matado y aquí vuelvo a empezar? What the fuck. ¿De revival contra quién? Que es que, a ver, es lo que... Creo que se ha malinterpretado mucho a Becky. La gente le ha saltado encima y entiendo lo que quiere decir. No es que las luchadoras sean malas de IW, pues lo que decimos siempre. No puedes decir que tienes una... Ha cambiado la oficina. ¿Os dais cuenta que de golpe ha cambiado la oficina ahora? ¿Desde el principio? What the fuck. Que digo que... que es que no tienen tiempo, tío. O sea, el otro día CM Punk y Dustin Rhodes, que vale, que sí, que el combate fue lo que tú quieras, pero no necesitaban 17 minutos, ¿vale? Y luego ves el combate de chicas y son 3 y dices, hostias. Y eso no es que sean malas ellas, pero la división no puedes considerar que es una buena división cuando no les dan tiempo, ¿sabes? Sí, eso es lo que te quiero decir, que aunque haga el cachondeo de no son tan buenas, tal, luego es lo que digo, que si, hablando de lo que es la división per se,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No
This was
quiero.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Venga.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Sí, pero no te voy a hacer caso.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two.
Es que cada vez me dice algo distinto.
Now it's only half there. Just a kind of
Hormigueo. Venga. ¿Hay por aquí podré salir? ¿O qué? No. Vale.
Yes, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
¿Podría abrir alguna de estas puertas? No lo he probado. No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
Vale.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Vale, y si me salto ahí me mato. Pero si voy... No, uy, cuidado. Cuidadín, cuidadín. Vale, para allá no puedo ir. Para allá tampoco puedo ir. Bueno, probaré.
Look, Stanley, I think
Desde
perhaps
aquí
we've
a saltar
gotten
para
off on
allá,
the
¿vale?
wrong foot here.
A ver
I'm not
si
your enemy, really, I'm not.
puedo.
I realize that investing
Sube,
your
sube,
trust
sube,
in
sube,
someone
sube.
else can be difficult.
Venga.
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting,
Venga.
Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration
Yes.
for others? Are you
Nuevo
that convinced
final.
that I want something bad to happen to you? Why? I don't know
Danger,
how to convince
danger
you of this,
everywhere.
but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
A veremos, os leo. Aquí estos molestosos machitos famosos. Sí, totalmente. Me encontré uno de estos hace un par de días que me dejó un comentario en Twitter. Ya lo he bloqueado desde la escalera. Del plan de... Me llamo payaso y tal. Pero es del plan, tío, no pasa nada por... Es como lo de Tony Khan, del plan, son bots los que critican. Oye, pues no, tío, también hay gente que critica, ¿sabes? Dice Revolution, y Becky dijo claro que tienen el tiempo ni Spotlight. Es que exacto, es que es así. Y es así. Y me jode, porque tienen un buen roster femenino, pero bueno. Todo lo que decían al principio de que iba a haber mucha paridad entre los rosters y tal, sí es incumplirse, porque también... Es que lo típico de no, es que claro, los chicos también hay títulos de parejas, también hay títulos de parejas de mujeres, y y esto se lo podemos criticar a WWE, aunque tenga 3 shows, con 3 rosters distintos, que no hay el mismo número de talentos masculinos que femeninos, ¿vale? Entonces, ¿cómo vas a poder rotar también, ¿sabes? Pero bueno, pero oye... Vale, a ver.
Listen carefully, this is important.
Sí.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Esto es un coleccionable estos.
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
Coño.
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment.
Hombre, a mí me hace
you come
ilusión
across one of these
estas
beautiful
cositas.
figurines.
¡Yay! Coño, pues sí que lo implementan. Sí que estoy jugando al 2, ¿eh? Sí, ¿os gusta lo de... Mira, esto me toca un poco las narices, porque Ronda Rousey no le cambiaría nunca el nombre. Y a Gable Stevenson, que no me voy a poner hater, porque lo podéis googlear y saber lo que pasó con Gable Stevenson, pero no le cambian el nombre. Y Casey Catanzaro, que yo de lo primero que vi que ella nos puede gustar más o menos, pero oye, lo de American Ninja Warrior es algo muy bestia, ¿eh? Cuando lo ves dices, oye, chaval, ¿sabes? Y es como, tío, habrá dicho he went through the red door, ¿no? Venga, vamos a ir por la red door y luego vamos a ir por otro lado, ¿vale?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Sí.
You see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time.
Venga,
The
red door.
problem is all these choices.
No,
The two
tío.
of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here.
Es un hijo de
Running
puta.
and running and running,
Este tío
just
es
the
un
way
hijo de
you're doing
puta.
right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Me voy a
I
cagar en
just-
tus
I want it to
muertos.
stop. We would both be so
Es un
much
cabrón.
happier if
Este
we
narrador es un
just
cabrón. ¿Lo veis, no?
stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
What? Bueno, ahora voy. Sí, ¿quién es? Alba Fire. Ese no me molesta tanto porque se ve que en escoceses Alba Fire significa fuego... fuego escocés, Scottish Fire o algo así. Pero bueno. De todas formas, bueno, es que Osom como se fue y se nos retiró la pobre. Bueno, vamos a ir por esta puerta, que me está marcando porque no puedo ir a ningún otro sitio. En fin, sí, mejor no nombramos mucho a Gable Stevenson. Venga, acá he tenido una idea. ¿Qué idea has tenido?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Sí. Hola.
Yes.
What?
It's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel
What
happy.
the fuck? ¿Y si me voy?
No, wait. Where are you going?
Si vuelvo atrás. Oh,
Where were we?
qué bonito. Psst, ¿no vas a hacer nada más? Nada. Nos vamos.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you
Ah,
hurt
¿sí?
yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Ah, que es una...
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Es que me voy a matar. ¿No? ¿Qué hago? ¿Salto o vuelvo a la sala? Os dejo elegir, os leo. Y ahora a Xtin K, Kayla, Inla y Kiana James ahora le dieron un personaje. Xtina. No sé si lo he entendido del todo. Pero bueno. ¿Qué hago? ¿Me tiro? Es que me ha dicho que no me tire. Pero me voy a matar y se reiniciará. Salta, venga.
No!
Hostias.
Thank God.
Hostias.
You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Venga, pues vamos a la otra room. ¿Qué habrá pasado? Oh.
There.
Vale.
See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we
Vale.
stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Vale, vamos a dejar de movernos. ¿Y qué pasa? Si no vuelvo y me vuelvo a tirar, también os lo digo. Hola. Narrador. Me tiro otra vez. A tomar por culo.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Adeu.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Pues nada.
Can you do that? Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
¿Qué, chochón?
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
¿Pero puedo moverme para allá? No. Es que no puedo hacer nada. No, menos darles tiempo de luchar, las entrevistarás, verás tú. Digo a la Tony Storm.
Perhaps not.
Venga. Me tiro ya una tercera vez me voy a tirar. Ya si no, ya... ¿Se abrir la puerta o algo o qué?
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Hostia.
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading
Hostia.
the situation correctly?
No. Es que no sé qué tengo que hacer. Buah, tío. Me siento hasta mal, ¿eh? Me siento mal, ¿eh? Fuera.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't... Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Oh, Cookie. Oye, en serio no le habréis hecho sentir mal, ¿no? Ahora me estoy sintiendo muy mal.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did.
Venga,
I
hombre.
wish I still thought that was possible.
Que siempre sí. Hostia, tío. Oye, qué mala. Oye, jo. Pobre yo. Nada, es que se supone que tengo que... Es que no, entiendo que me tengo que tirarme otra vez. No me da otra opción. Creo, es que si me quedo quieto no pasa nada. Pues queda muy lento ahora, ¿eh? Va muy, muy lento el personaje ahora. Hostia. Sí, voy cojo, ¿no? Supongo. Ah, ya ni me dice nada. Pues nada, se acabó, ¿no?
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Hostia, tío, qué chungo de golpe. Ah, que estará cabreado. ¿Creéis que estará cabreado desde el principio?
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others.
Esto es distinto.
Just a matter of time.
Venga, a ver, ¿cómo lo hemos hecho? Vamos a ir por la derecha, ¿vale? Vale, que quiero volver a ir al sitio ese. Vale, y vamos a la puerta de la derecha. Venga, que si... Corre, 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 corre. Muy turbio, ¿eh? Muy turbio.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before.
Esto es nuevo.
Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man,
Nada.
but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Deu.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Venga.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your
Venga, vamos a
trust in
prepararnos,
someone
¿eh?
else can be
Que saltamos.
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Venga, ahí.
Someone you forgot. What?
Vamos.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Que te
Are you
calles.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you. To
Que
show you
si...
something beautiful.
Que no me caes mal,
Look,
pues que quiero ver
let
qué
me
más
prove
cosas
it.
hay.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
Venga.
Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ok. He
I still
dicho...
don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Venga. Oh, esto es nuevo.
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Son texturas. Mira.
Story I had written out specifically for you. Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Venga.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Venga.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something.
Claro que sí.
Where do these flashes of inspiration come from?
Vale, ahí es donde me llegaba.
Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that
Te la he dado yo. Te la he dado yo.
Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Venga.
To be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Venga.
Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide ¿Cómo? Vale, vamos para allá.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Sí, claro.
Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it?
No, claro que no.
Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Venga.
In this game, the baby crawls left
towards
danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game. All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
Bebote.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
¿Cómo? No. What? ¿En serio? Vecinos, no sé qué hacer. Tiene pinta que tengo que dejar que se... ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Ay, no, Dios! No! Dios, ¿qué hago, Revolution? Dejo que se queme. Me giro, ¿eh? ¿Qué hago? ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Qué hago? Es que no quiero ver. Es igual, no miro. Nada, no miro. No.
You heartless bastard.
Ah, vale.
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done.
¿Cómo?
It's over.
¿El qué?
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
What the fuck?
This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Venga, vámonos. Acabamos de quemar a un bebé, vecinos. What the fuck?
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Porque estamos en la oficina de Firewatch.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on
What?
innocent civilians below you from up high in your
What?
creep towers.
What?
Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic
Revolution, si no has jugado a Firewatch o no has visto gameplay.
Yes, that must be it.
What the
a
fuck?
fascinating
Es la
venture
puta
into the
oficina de
experience of
Firewatch.
total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out
¿Qué
there.
dices? Al igual. ¿Qué dices? Al igual. Al igual. Vale, no te... What the fuck?
Oh no. No, it can't be.
No me puedo creer.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
Qué fuerte me parece.
Now, Stanley. Okay.
Voy a
now get
estornudar.
us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Como que walls.
Okay. I think this will be just the thing.
Miedo me da. O sea, vecinos, acabamos de pasar por la oficina de Firewatch. ¿Qué cojones? ¿Qué?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
Porque
Just
estamos
a
en una
nice
pista de
big
Rocket
box
League.
for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Vecinos,
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be
es
phenomenally impressed.
es un puto... Es un campo de Rocket League.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball.
Oh my
what
god,
fun.
vecinos.
We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
¿Qué? Hostias. Hostia, vecinos. Que estamos jugando a Rocket League. Que estamos jugando a Rocket League. No me lo puedo creer. No.
What are you doing?
Hostia puta. Qué fuerte.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will
¿Cómo?
you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come.
Hostia. Que nos estamos cayendo al backstage del juego. 510. 509. Coño. Que decrepita la oficina, ¿no? ¿Ahí me llevaría más juegos si me llego a quedar en el Rocket League o qué? Es que no me ha dicho nada por meter un gol. 4:27. Ay, que es mi oficina. ¿Qué? ¿Qué cojones es esto? No puedo hacer nada. De nada. No. Vale, pues nada. ¿Y para este lado? ¿Puedo abrir alguna puerta? No.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
Bueno, te necesito.
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this
Es verdad.
world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. very soon. I can wait.
Hola. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Ay, Dios mío, qué puta locura. Voy a estar un ratito más jugando porque me está puto flipando este puto juego, de verdad. Me esperaba que me gustara, pero no tanto. Engancha esta mierda.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Vale.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Ya sé que lo sé.
Perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Uy, cuánto rollete hay en Stardom, Uy.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Venga. Esto es nuevo. Esto es nuevo. Esto es nuevo. No lo había visto, al menos yo. Creo,
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
¿Ves? A la izquierda.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Será cabrón.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right?
Bueno.
What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Me cago en tu narrador.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Es lo que acabo de decir, que he dicho que no me había enterado que había habido tanto amorío en Stardom. Y luego este tío me empezaba a trolear, que es el problema que tengo. Vale. ¿Qué? Hostias.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay,
no puedo.
Okay. We just have to get back to oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Yay!
This time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Vámonos otra vez. What the fuck. ¿Qué más me quedará, vecinos? Porque lo he terminado unas cuantas veces. Quiero volver a conseguir aparecer en el puto sitio. ¿Cómo lo he conseguido? Cuando ha aparecido en la parte de abajo, que me ha dicho, sígueme por aquí. Y me he ido por el... ¿Cómo?
No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted.
¿Cómo?
Completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
Sí, hay más puertas.
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
¿Cómo? Hostias. Vecines. ¿Hacia dónde voy? Hostias. Me siento como un perro cuando le quitas el collar. ¿Qué haces? Como... ¿A dónde voy? Estas dos ya sabemos lo que hay. ¿A dónde vamos? Esta, ¿qué votáis? Bueno, vale.
I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again. But it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No, no, pero ¿por qué me reinicia? A la izquierda. Y yo tampoco entiendo nada. ¿Qué acaba de pasar? Vale. Por favor. Venga, quiero que las puertas estén así. Hombre. What? Ah, no hay puerta. Ah, no hay puertas.
It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
What? Pues nada, volvemos para atrás.
Aha! I knew we'd miss
Esto no estaba aquí.
the story. Here it comes.
Estoy en otro bucle. Odio
No,
tus...
wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way.
Me cago en la leche. Me está troleando este puto juego. No me va a matar por eso de Revolution. Yo soy grande y fuerte.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so.
What the fuck?
I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Bien.
A lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Bien. ¿Y ahora qué? No, pues nada. Un poquito, Miguel. Es una puta locura, de verdad. Os lo recomiendo mucho, ¿eh? Acabo de estar en una pista de Rocket League, Miguel. Con eso te digo todo. Pero de Rocket League, ¿eh? Con la pelota y todo. De verdad te lo digo. Es una puta locura. Me encanta este puto juego. Y no tiene pinta de que haya llegado ni a la... ¿Qué? Adventure Line.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Vale. Joder, nos ha puesto una línea. Ahora porque sea para aquí. Esto no estaba abierto. Esto no estaba abierto, vecinos.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
Vale.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought.
Sí.
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
Bueno,
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being?
Pero no se cerró ninguna puerta, ¿verdad?
Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence,
son las 2:38 para esta conversación de filosofía.
Rests inside of your subjective experience of this office.
Sí.
Is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
What?
Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Sí.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Venga. Hostia puta, vecinos. A la aventura. Vámonos. A la aventura. Sigamos la línea. What the fuck? De verdad que me veo. Que me veo. Que me veo. Estamos en una aventura, Miguel. What the fuck? Hostia. What the fuck, tío. Vámonos. Tum, tum, tum.
Wait, cut the music. Go
¿Qué?
back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
What the fuck? What the fuck? En el hecho. What the fuck, vecinos. Música de aventura. Bueno, vamos a seguir la línea amarilla.
We're back at the office?
No. No jodas.
You do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Vale, por aquí, ¿no? Sí, ¿no? ¿O no? Estaba buena la canción. Sí, tenía un sense de aventura, ¿eh? ¿Estoy yendo bien? Mierda. No, aquí no. Es spoiler. O sea, spoiler. Pues lo he visto ya 3 veces, pero... ¿Y aquí? Ah, esta es la que empieza. Ah, vale. Vale, es que giraba por aquí. Vale. O sea, directamente te lleva... What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Venga. Línea. Línea trademark. Adventure line. Hostia, tío. De verdad. Otra vez el laberinto. A ver qué nos depara ahora. Vale, a ver. Vale, línea, sí.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Sí.
Exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Pues ¿por qué no? Yo ya te sigo, narrador.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
Mierda.
What do you want our story to be? Go
vale.
wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley.
Ah, vale, pensaba que era
I'm ready for it.
No, sí, lo es. Lo es, efectivamente, lo es. Lo es. Es un puto... Ah, no, pues no lo es. O sí. Nada, daremos un par de vueltas. A ver lo que me dices, puto juego. Cabrones, te hacen creer que estás en un bucle y no lo estás.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Vale. Pero es que solo hay un camino. ¿Será mala la línea? ¡Ey!
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story
¿Está secuestrado? No, sí, sí, más o menos.
We mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Vale.
Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay. So I know that each
Pues nada, caminos por círculos.
somewhere, which means that somewhere the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our
Imaginaoslo
destination
caminando así, ¿vale?
corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse
Oye, mirad el
door's
efecto que hacen los archivadores.
So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Vale.
Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Venga. What?
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
What?
You're telling me that's what this is? It's
¿Cómo?
one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times?
¿Cómo?
That's really how all this goes?
¿Stanley muere? What?
Determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
Se olvida de los
What if I don't want
inicios.
to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's
Ahí
written
no jugar
here on
esa-
this thing, wall.
Lo que nos espera.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
No, me está troleando todo el puto rato. Todo el puto rato me está troleando, Miguel.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
Es el final de la confusión.
And the timer stopped?
What?
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
No lo sé.
So, okay.
Ajá.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Sí.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
Hola.
Well,
¿Cómo que se paró?
if you...
A mí me funciona, Miguel. Hola, Miguel. ¿Se paró el directo? No, no. A mí me aparece en directo todavía, A mí me aparece aún en YouTube. Creo, Espera, voy a comprobar lo que esté. Porque no he tenido ni aviso ni nada. En teoría... A ver... A ver, estoy entrando, Música de Miguel, me cago en todo. Miguel, eres un cabrón. Ya tengo aquí al puto narrador este, ¿vale? Como para que tú ahora eres un cabrón. Es un... Uf. Qué mala persona.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A ver. Vamos.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Pero ya está, empezamos otra vez. Hostia.
This was not the correct
Mierda, bueno, tendría que ir a la izquierda quizá.
Perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Podría haber cogido el cubo.
The lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room.
Sí, ríete, maldito.
Eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Venga. Ahora voy a intentar hacerle feliz, ¿vale?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
¿Habrá alguna manera de... A ver. No podré ir a otro lado, ¿no? Bueno, voy a intentar ir hasta allí otra vez. Porque a lo mejor tenía algún otro camino.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
Mira la puta línea. Ahí está.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Y ahí arriba, no, por ahí arriba no se puede pasar.
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley.
Esto es lo de la
Your
mujer.
chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Espero que no sea otra vez. Era muy pesado esta mierda,
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
No abro el teléfono.
If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
No lo voy a coger. Fuck you. No lo voy a coger. Ya puede sonar. I'm not picking it up. Hasta que me digas algo. Venga. ¿En serio tengo que cogerlo? No tengo otra opción, es que me va a hacer otra vez la mierda esa, que no quería esto. Pensaba que me iba otra vez a... Pues nada. ¿Qué remedio? Ah, estamos en el piso, ¿verdad? Es que no podía hacer nada en el piso, era un poquito tedioso. Un poquitito. No, pero simplemente me pareces con la mujer, que es un poquito raro todo. Bueno, como todo el puto juego, ¿no? Qué raro.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Venga.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
Sí, ya me lo has dicho. Venga, que me quiero ir.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Me voy.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
¿Cómo? O sea, cabrón. Que no quiero, que es que ya me lo has dicho. Ya me lo has dicho. Ay. Es que esto era además súper lento.
Stanley is quite a boring fella.
Ah, no, empezar de cero no. No quiero empezar de cero. Quiero... Si voy a empezar de cero... Venga, sí. Espero que no reinicie el todo. Lo que he hecho, entre comillas. Bueno, es que ahora está... Bueno, a lo mejor no está Stanley Parable 2. Ah, no, sí que está. Vale. Es que ya lo he vivido. ¿Cómo? A ver, aquí está el bucket. ¿Pasa algo con el bucket? Voy a coger el bucket. Venga.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
¿Cuándo pierdes? Bueno, creo que todo el rato, porque el juego se está riendo literalmente de mí.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Ah, no hay línea ahí.
I need you to do.
Esas puertas no están abiertas de la línea, ¿eh? Venga. Es too much, es too much. No, creo que no tiene... El juego, más que jugar al juego, el juego me está jugando a mí. Ya te digo, o sea...
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly.
Que es solo mi cubo, tío.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
¿Dónde? What? What the fuck? Edgar, aprende a hacer cócteles. Faltan Alex, Adri y Marina. Revolution está jugando con tu marido. Un poquito. ¿Qué? No me digas que es un PowerPoint.
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm
No me lo
showing
puedo
you
creer,
is a
vecinos.
bucket.
No me lo puedo
So,
creer.
right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
¿Qué decís, vecinos? ¿Es un cubo o no es un cubo? ¿Tendré comodín del 50%? ¿Comodín de la llamada? Yo diría que sí, pero no estoy seguro. ¿Es eso de ahí un cubo? Me la juego.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Ay, ay. Esto, ¿qué decís? ¿Esto es un cubo o no es un cubo? Yo me la jugaría y diría que no, porque... Venga, me la juego.
Correct.
Yeah.
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Bien.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Venga, este sí.
Correct.
Es que soy el...
Is
Es
a
que...
bucket.
Es que... ¿Qué?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Hostia. Hostia, vecinos. Hostia. A ver. A ver, vamos a pensar. Cosas que tiene un bucket. O sea, un cubo. Es metálico. Eso tiene metal. No lo descartemos todavía, ¿eh? Luego, tiene un mango. Y eso de ahí en medio parece un volante, pero yo diría que es un mango, es para cogerlo. Es que... ¿Y si es que no? Vecinos, ¿y si resulta que al final es que no? En fin, me la juego.
Correct. This is a tractor and not
Bueno,
a bucket.
menos mal.
To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot.
De nada.
Next one.
Bueno, ya está, ¿no?
Is this a bucket?
Del corazón. Esto es un bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
¿Ves? Si es que... Uf. Menos mal.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Pero... ¿Qué tengo que hacerlos todos? Venga. Uf. Eso no es. ¿Es un bucket? ¿Es un cubo o no es un cubo? Buah, vecinos, estoy muy nervioso, porque... Uf. Voy a decir... ¡Que no!
Trick
Menos
question.
mal.
Both. Gotcha.
Bien, a las dos.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Venga. Hola.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless
La
in your
lógica
twisted
creo que
mind, have you somehow convinced yourself
no.
that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do
¿Qué?
you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Vale, vecinos. A ver, la pregunta. ¿Nada es un balde? La lógica, ya te digo que no. Miguel se mea. Is nothing a bucket? No.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
¿Soy yo un cubo?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
No, mi cubo. No. Me va a borrar el puto cubo.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful. We're not buckets.
Bien, no somos cubos.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease.
Hombre, ya que lo dices, sí, mucho más tranquilo. Estoy tan... No.
So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Venga.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention.
Vale. Después... Sí, es mejor no dejar de decirlo. Venga, vámonos. Ojalá. Esto en VR sería increíble. Sería increíble, de verdad. Increíble. Vale.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be.
Sí.
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Bueno, me he dejado el bucket. Bueno, no pasa nada.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
¿Qué? ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Tendría que haber cogido el bucket? Quizás sí. Quizás tendría que haber cogido el bucket para ver cosas distintas. Bueno, es igual.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Venga, employee lounge.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Vale. Es que no sé hacia dónde ir, porque si voy hacia allí, voy al Mind Control Facility otra vez. A lo mejor ha cambiado algo. Pero para allá tengo lo de las puertas, pero no sé si consigo algo distinto. Ay, es que sigo queriendo ir al puto sitio donde me dijo, donde antes estaba. Venga, a la mierda. ¿Puedo volver por aquí para atrás? No. Nada. Vale. ¿Cómo? How we can find them? Bottom text. Sí, eso es verdad. There were reward for finding them all. ¿Ah, sí? Ah, a large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with the stairs. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. Venga, vale, pues ya sé para dónde, vale. Antes hemos conseguido uno en otro sitio. Está cerrado. Vale. Vale. Voy a mirar porque aquí abajo antes he mirado yo. Y se puede... Ha dicho stairs. Venga. Bien. Stanleycitos. Venga. Vale. Ahora, Fireplace había uno en la oficina del jefe. Así que vamos a ir a la oficina del jefe. Y el Smelly Private es el lavabo de pijos, que está aquí. Míralo. Yo sabiendo lo que hacer en este juego. Yo sabiendo lo que hay que hacer en este juego. Imagínate.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner?
Hostia, dime si está bien, que entonces me lo miraré, porque si al final les dan a 2 minutos me voy a cabrear. O sea, espero que les den tiempo. Vale, aquí y un fireplace. Y un fireplace es aquí. Ah, directamente. A ver, pues entonces no era aquí. Mira, pues sí.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number. And that will be it.
Perfecto.
We'll be different people by
Yo soy un completionista. Yo disfruto solo cogiendo las cosas.
And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Venga. Vale. Pues bajamos, porque así que ya solo podemos bajar. Lo que están cambiando cosas, ¿eh? Habéis visto. We know the drill, bla 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 bla. Puto juego. Pero es lo que os digo, el juego me está jugando a mí. Yo no lo estoy jugando a él, realmente. Si este gameplay es divertido de alguna manera, es porque el juego es como es, porque no estoy haciendo mucha cosa yo, ¿eh? Vale.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Vale. Aquí es lo de escape y aquí donde me iba. Es donde me caí. Aquí me caía y ya está, ¿no? Sí. Sí, es cuando aparecía la de esta, es la historia de Mariella, sí.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Vale, por aquí no puedo tirar para atrás. Vale.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Venga. Las pantallas, venga.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
Sí,
the
ya lo
lives
sé.
of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Venga.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Pues sí,
Was this
el
the
mío.
only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Vale. Y aquí
Here was
es...
the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls
Vale.
labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and
Es que aquí hay unos
commanded from this
botones,
very
¿vale?
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
A
Stanley
ver,
decided that this
uno,
machinery would never again exert
dos.
its terrible power over another human life.
El 3
For
estaba
he
por aquí.
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
3. El 5 está ahí a la derecha. Así, dándole a estos botones hago algo. El 4. Hola, botón 4. No. 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 A lo mejor es que me estoy flipando y no hay un botón número 4. Hay un 2, 3 y el 5. Pero me extraña, la verdad. Y me extraña que nos ponga los botones y que no signifique nada. Eso también me extraña. Pero de este juego tengo que decirlo, un poquito me extraña todo un poco, ¿vale? Nada. Ah, bueno, voy a probar a dejarlo en on. Sin el bucket. Al otro final.
He found the source of the room's power. He knew it was his duty, his obligation,
Venga.
to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Sí.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Ah, perfecto.
How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 words. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
¿Puedo ir a algún lado? ¿Alguna puerta? Ahí. Esa puerta se ha abierto. No. No. Mierda.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right,
¿Qué?
I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
Botón
I'll tell you
1.
exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground,
vale, 1, 2, 3,
everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control is quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Mierda.
But I'm enjoying this so
0521.
You know
no hay
ceros.
No hay ceros.
Time on the clock. Why not?
Venga.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Mierda.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Sí, ¿no? Sea cabrón. ¿Cómo lo sabe? Por lo que estoy haciendo. Hijo de puta. Qué cabrón. Es que pone 1. El botón 1. A ver. 1. Nada, no me sale nada más. What?
You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
FS un minuto. No. What? ¿Te imaginas, Miguel? Que me acojono.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
What?
Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life?
Goodbye, employee 427.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? El musical. Una producción de Stanley Parable. La Virgen. Voy a intentar... ¿Qué hora es? Voy a intentar... Porque llevo ahora mismo... Empezó a las 10:50. 11:50. 12, 1, 2... Llevo 3 horas y 20. Sí, ¿no? Son las 3 ya. Sí, y 20. 3 horas y media. Voy a intentar una más. ¿Vale?
Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Vale. Antes no me ha dejado ir con el bucket por la parte de ahí. Bueno, ¿lo cojo? Igualmente. Ah, sí, necesito saber. Me falta uno de los coleccionables. Espera que lo quiero mirar sin entrar del todo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
sí, pero ahora llegaremos, no te preocupes.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But
vale.
eager to get back to business,
No voy a poder
Stanley
leerlo.
took the first open door on his left.
Bueno, voy a leerlo. Voy a intentar. Mi objetivo de hoy, ahora.
Walked straight ahead to the opposite door and got back on track.
Vale, me falta uno. Que está. ¿Dónde? A large room, lots of boxes. ¿Dónde he visto una large room full of boxes? Como tomaste la noticia de Bad Bunny protagonizando... No sé qué decirte, la verdad, Miguel. Ay, ¿qué pasa? Ah, sí, que aquí había el bucle, ¿verdad? Sí. Fuck de bucle. No, nada en contra de Bad Bunny, porque además tengo entendido que hizo un papelón en Narcos, y no he visto Narcos yo, Pero no sé, el Sonyverse cada vez me da más perecita, si te soy sincero, Miguel. Me sabe muy mal, pero me da perecita cada vez más. A ver. ¿Y esto de aquí que no he ido a ningún lado? Bueno, voy a probar una vez más, ¿vale? Hace de un superhéroe. ¿Es superhéroe o es villano? Es superhéroe. Y... Pero eso, que no quiero cagarme en ello ni nada, porque digo, jolín, no puedo apreciar porque no conozco a Bad Bunny actuando. Pero bueno, es más por los guiones y estas cosas, pero bueno. Voy a esperarme un ratito, ¿vale? Aquí, mientras de esto, pero bueno. Benito. ¿Benito es sobrenombre para alguien o es porque se llama Benito el Bad Bunny en la vida real? O sea... Se llama Benito, qué fuerte. Bueno, me encanta el nombre. Dice, con razón Andrew se tomará un descanso de la actuación, porque como va la cosa espero que el MCU compre los derechos de Spider-Man de sus personajes. Es chungo, Miguel, porque Sony se ve que firmó un contrato bastante bestia en su momento, cuando realmente las películas de superhéroes nadie daba un duro por ellas, realmente, seamos sinceros. Pero ojo, es como que ves la producción de Venom como fue, y la primera peli salió buena de milagro, creo yo. Fíjate lo que te digo, Miguel. No pasa nada. O sea, me puedo ir aquí 3 horas que no voy a ningún lado. Pointless. Nada. Ese es el lavabo. Hostia, ya no tengo ni que hacer. Venga. Vamos para abajo. No, ahora el Sony hará bien si se centra en Spider-Verse a que salga una buena peli. Me alegro que la retrasen porque significa que se la están tomando en serio. Pero se tienen que centrar en esas cosas y... porque han dejado claro que no. Me sabe mal, pero no.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Voy a irme por aquí ahora. A ver si había algún otro path.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Ni una muerte violenta. Una muerte violenta.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Pues sí. Ah, una sala muy grande full of boxes. Vale, tiene que estar en el... ¿cómo se dice? El almacén grande, donde está... Sí. Aquí es lo de la muerte.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life...
Sí, pero bueno, yo prefiero que se tomen su tiempo, Miguel. Seamos sinceros. Por cierto, no hemos comentado nada, pero capitulazo de Moon Knight. Puede ser. ¿Vais a tener review la semana que viene en cuanto termine el capítulo seguramente de verlo? Probablemente, porque me... Uf.
Farewell, Stanley.
Y ahora la narradora, venga.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Pero nada que no me sorprenda es que ya lo he vivido antes, No estabais, creo, aún. Revolution sí que estaba. Tuc. Vale. Y aquí es...
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game back in his office as alive as ever.
Efectivamente. Venga, vamos a pasar... Ahora ya que lo hemos visto esto antes, vamos a ir rapidito. Venga, esto es como la Room of Development un poquito, pero es parte del puto juego. Que sí, señora. Señora, me está explicando cosas que ya conozco. Vale. La oficina... por aquí, ¿hay algo? Ah, estoy simplemente mirando que haya... Nada. Que no se me olvide ir a la large room full of boxes, que es para lo que estoy haciendo esto, para conseguir los 6 estos. Y me diga que no consigo nada porque me lo ha avisado. Pero fuck it. Eso es la salida. A ver.
They're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing.
Oh.
Does that sound plausible to you?
Nada, los easter eggs. Esto es un poquito para los que quieren saber. Yo esto me lo miraré tranquilamente cuando esté así solo, porque como para gameplay no de esto mucho, pero bueno. Vale, vámonos. Vámonos a por el último está lícito. Y ahí abajo no se puede... Ah, sí, he ido ahora. Edgar. Ahí, venga, salida.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another.
No sé si aparecerá Jake o si se lo guardarán como el big reveal para la gente que no conoce al personaje de Moon Knight, porque me parece un buen reveal para quien no lo conozca. Es que, visto desde el punto de vista de alguien que no ha visto nunca Moon Knight o no lo conoce, tiene que estar flipando con el personaje ahora. Y cuando conozcan a Jake van a decir, ¡guau! Vale.
You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
Que sí, chochona.
You'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Adeu. Venga, vamos a por el último Stanleycito. And we will call it a day. Y ya yo jugaré con este juego tranquilamente por mi cuenta. Pero quería que vierais mis primeras reacciones. Bueno, escucharais mis primeras reacciones a él. La verdad, porque llevo, os lo juro, años esperando poder jugar a este juego. Muchos, muchos años. Es lo que tiene no tener un buen ordenador. Vale.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Pues que es un capullo. Voy a llevarme el bucket. Venga.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley
vale.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Sí.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Efectivamente.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Vale, aquí vamos a buscar, porque es una big room full of boxes.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oye. No. ¿Cómo se supone que llego ahí? ¿Cómo se supone que tengo que llegar ahí? Tío. Ja, 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 ja. ¿Quién es el puto amo en este juego?
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Tiki-tiki-tiki.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
Pues sí.
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements,
no.
You've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Pues sí.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all. But
pues
that
sí.
would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
Yes.
And now we can do whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Vale. Ya desde aquí ¿me tengo que matar o puedo bajar? No, me voy a matar, ¿no? Y por aquí puedo tirar... ¡Ah! ¡Anda! ¡Anda! Que habré descubierto algo nuevo. ¡Yay! Venga, vámonos. ¿Dónde cojones estamos? Uy, una grabadora. Venga.
195. Take number. I don't even know.
What?
I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
¿Cómo?
The sheer euphoria I feel.
¿Es porque llevo el bucket? Si vengo sin el bucket, ¿hay otra cosa?
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
What?
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
Oh my god.
I can monetize it.
No he visto The Bad Guys, Miguel, todavía. No la he visto, pero ya he visto que estás flipando con la peli. La quiero ver, ¿eh?
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful because as soon as this gets
¿Cómo que por un cubo?
target on my back. Even now I don't know who might be trying to get.
What?
What's that? Who's there?
Molt bé. Ah, perfecto. Voy a volver... Venga, he dicho que era la última. Venga, ahora sí, la última. Voy a volver a hacer esto, pero sin el bucket. A ver qué dice. ¿Vale? Vale. Estamos. Buah, esto se está siendo muy largo, porque es que puto juego, de verdad. Sí, voy a pasar... No están los globos. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo ha sido esto?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figlets.
¿Cómo?
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Ha estado muy bien, la verdad.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
What? Esta es la zona de recuerdos, que dice que es su zona favorita. Now remembering when Stanley found the Collectibles. De verdad, puto juego. No me gusta mucho, lo de hacer tantas horas. O sea, es porque me lo paso bien con vosotros y tal. Pero nunca... Si algún día veis que empiezo con locuras de estas de cada día streamear 8 horas, 12, decidme, Edgar, párate. Se te está yendo la olla, por favor. No creo que sea sano, la verdad. Lo voy a decir así en directo con todos vosotros, ¿vale? Pero es que este puto juego de verdad que tenía muchas ganas de jugarlo. Y me está dando contenido, o sea, me lo estoy pasando muy bien. Y eso. Venga. ¿Y ahora qué? Coño. Esto no estaba. Ah, sí.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find.
No, es verdad.
6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Espera. Iremos para allá, que ahí no había... ¿Qué? No me jodas que hay más. Espera. ¿Y esto de aquí? Coño.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around by the red and blue doors. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest.
Hostia puta, puto juego. Gracias. Vale, vamos al mismo sitio por las dos. ¿Dónde encontré el otro?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand?
Hostia.
Can you remember?
El tercero. Aquí, porque la bajé a buscar primero. Esta de aquí.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
Sí.
I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Perfecto. Vale, ya sí que puedo caminar por aquí. Sí.
Let's see. What came next? Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room.
¿Qué?
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
¿Qué?
but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Todo lleva al mismo sitio. Y esto se abre y aquí estaba la otra. En serio.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Un vídeo. Ay, 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 vecinos. Ay, vecinos. No puede ser. No puede ser. No puede ser. No me lo creo. No puede ser. No me lo puedo creer. No. Ay, 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 aquí me da algo.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
La Virgen. Venga, y el último, Stanley, ¿dónde lo hemos conseguido? Dios mío. Menos mal que he seguido un poquito, ¿eh? Venga, y el último que lo he encontrado ahí. Que lo he encontrado ahí.
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought,
¿qué hubiese pasado si los hubiera cogido en otro orden?
That's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
¿Cambiará si los recoges de forma distinta? Pues venga. Y vamos para allá. Venga. Dice, Edgar, hazme un cóctel. No, tengo las manos ocupadas, cariño. Uy. You are in the present. No. No.
Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future.
Surrealismo. La Virgen.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here and keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
The past. Hostia, vecinos. Qué fuerte. Venga.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
La Diona NW. Hostia. Me sale mal por Impact porque, jolín. Vale, vamos para allá. Ahora estamos haciendo lo mismo, pero al revés. La leche. Venga, Sí, lo recuerdo. Hoy. Ay, Dios mío, otra vez no, otra vez no, otra vez no, otra vez no. Que no, que no. Vámonos a la habitación rosa, en la que no hemos estado claramente en todo el puto juego.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Sí. Torin, torin, tarin, 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 tarin.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these,
bueno, todo esto que me estás haciendo hacer, cabrón.
The intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Pum. Y ahora sí voy para aquí, ¿qué? Nada. Nada. Ni, 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 ni. A ver.
This was our second figure. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Vivamos en el pasado. Bien. El pasado es chachi.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines.
Bien.
I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Pues venga. Exit por aquí. Ya estamos en lo del Stanley. O sea, donde presentaban el Stanley 2, pero no. Esto es diferente.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter.
Oh my god.
In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it. Oh yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Hostias. ¿Llegan al mismo sitio las dos? Sí. Y a mi oficina.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Venga.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different.
Sí.
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself.
Coño.
I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more?
Venga, un recuerdo
más.
más.
Just once, and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
¿Qué dices?
Telling the story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Es como que como hemos hecho lo de como hemos completado el juego, no es que cada final es como un comentario de algo en clave de humor. What the fuck. Qué pereza ese idiota. ¿De alguien de AEW? Venga, dice one more run in the office. A ver si dice algo. Buah, aquí es el momento en el que ya quizá debería de colita de ahí, ¿eh? Pero me ha dicho que es me deja hacer una más. Jejeje.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Venga, vamos a hacerle caso a esta última. A ver si cambia algo.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Reboot the game entirely.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Vale, esto sigue estando cerrado, o sea que no es que se haya borrado todo.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs.
Venga,
to
para
his
arriba.
boss's office.
Qué mala que eres, Revolution, cuando quieres. Puerta abierta.
Here's the door, just go.
Venga, vamos para aquí. Vamos para abajo. Cambiar de TV cuando pasaban las huevonas. Espera, ¿qué hora es? Uf, acercándome peligrosamente a las 4 horas, ¿eh? Venga, va. Vamos a ir rapidito. Para allá vamos. Que sí, que sí. Tic.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Ya lo sé, cariño. It's all tea and games, no te preocupes. Yo lo digo siempre. Yo los comentarios así me los tomo mal de gente que no conozco. Con gente con quien hay confianza y hay cariño, no hay problema. Chochi. Ahora hago esta una más para ver si ha cambiado algo y me voy a dormir, corazón. Ya me iré a dormir. Que me estoy pasando, la verdad, hoy bastante con mi vida. Pero bueno, estaría viendo Dynamite si no, así que... Pero ha sido como de golpe... Es que salió ayer esto, ¿eh? O sea, es como gameplay, abro comillas, en primicia de esta versión. Venga. Vamos para allá y vamos a la Main Facility.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
Pero ¿os vais a dormir temprano normalmente? O sea, es del plan... Porque sé que, por ejemplo, en Alemania o en según qué países de aquí, en Inglaterra, es del plan que se despiertan como a las 5 y a las 8 ya han cenado. Ya, o sea, están durmiéndose porque a las 5 cenan. Aquí es que cenamos a las 10 de la noche de aquí, ¿sabéis?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power
vamos a pararla.
over human life.
Hola. Antes se ha apagado, pero no creo que no ha hecho así, ¿eh? Así. Sí, que ha sido así. Ay, bueno, corazón. No, yo aguanto hasta las 11 p.m. más o menos. ¿Os vais a dormir? Yo es que ya de mí de normal me voy a dormir tarde, en general. Vale, este final ya lo hemos visto, pero bueno, me parece un buen sitio para terminar, la verdad. Dándole libertad a Stanley para estar libre con su vida. Me parece poético.
Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
No.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No
Hoy en día es
longer will
Sugar.
anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
4 horas exactas. Bueno, se me ha ido la olla, vecinos. Disculpadme, pero este juego se lo merecía, la verdad.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
Vale. Pues lo dejaremos aquí. Vamos a cruzar para que diga tiriti.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Este es el final como canónico, por decirlo así, ¿vale? Este es el final del juego si tú simplemente sigues lo que te dice el narrador. Habrá gente que lo haría y diría, pues vaya mierda de juego, ¿os imagináis?
Things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Pues nada, vecinos. Ahora supongo que volvemos a estar en la office. O sea, al principio otra vez en la puta oficina. Lo que esta vez no tenemos los globitos y estas cosas. A ver el Cinderella Tournament completo. Venga, con un par. No, sí, mañana dentro por la tarde podría ponerme a ver el Cinderella Tournament, chical. No, tengo que editar un par de vídeos que os recuerdo que está Adri con el Barcelona Film Fest. Y tenemos también que colgar unas reacciones de Drag Race y las reacciones de Stand Deliver, que las tengo que editar también. Es que están llegando muchas cosas que tienen como mucha de esto. Por cierto, ya que estamos aquí en compañía, Revolution, Miguel, martes que viene, NXT, Spring Breaking. Me voy a marcar un reacciones al debut de A-Kid. Voy a venirme para aquí. Bueno, voy a estar por aquí en directo. Chris no creo que se pueda bajar, pero bueno. Y vamos a ver juntos por aquí NXT Spring Breaking, ¿vale? Para que eso, para vivirlo juntos. Semana que viene colgaremos las predicciones de Backlash. Y las reacciones nos grabaremos nosotros y os las colgaremos durante la semana que viene, ¿vale? Pero bueno, se vienen vídeos de wrestling, ¿vale, corazones? Exactamente, le tengo ganas al combate. Aunque cada vez me estoy dando cuenta que a Cora no la ponen sola en un combate one-on-one importante, si te fijas, siempre la ponen con 3 o 4, es lo que dices tú. Creo que no somos los únicos que no la ven preparada, pero bueno. En este juego tuvimos más que nada troleos, efectivamente, pero y lo bien que nos lo hemos pasado. Pero bueno, qué poético. Vamos a dejar aquí a Stanley mirando a su monitor, por aquí, ¿vale? Aquí aparecerán unos vídeos para la gente que esté viendo en diferido, por si lo quiere ver. De verdad, muchísimas gracias por venir y pasaros por aquí y estar un ratito y hacerme compañía, ¿vale? Que he tenido un día un poquito... una semanita un poquito... Ajá. Y este juego me acaba de hacer my week. Edgar, ya estás haciendo los mejores momentos de WrestleMania, no se complique. Me reí muchísimo con los momentos de A-Kid, Miguel, te lo tengo que decir, me reí muchísimo, pero muchísimo, de verdad. Muchas gracias por esto que haces. Os lo recomiendo mucho a quien veáis. Es muy divertido los resúmenes que hace de nuestras reacciones, Miguel, pero bueno. Y en Twitter podéis ver las versiones furries que ha hecho de nosotros, ¿vale? Ahora te hemos expuesto un problema porque ahora que ha venido Irene, ¿vale? Ahora vas a tener... Bueno, se tiene que ganar el dibujo, ¿eh? Primero que se lo gane un poquito, pero bueno. En fin, vecines, nada, que muchas gracias por estar aquí, gracias por acompañarme, gracias por ser como sois y apoyarnos en lo que hacemos. Un placer, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, ha valido la pena cada minuto de la espera. Y nada más, vecinos, yo he sido Edgar del Sótano, muchísimas gracias por estar ahí y nos vemos muy pronto en la escalera Beat. Adiós.